Welcome back to the live stream, BLR family. Tosh?
Hey, what's up, Black?
Hey, what's up? There's my girl. Thank you for your love
Welcome
and
back
support.
to the live stream, BLR family. Tosh?
And thank you
Hey,
for
what's
being
up, Black?
here.
Hey, what's up? There's my girl. Thank you for your welcome back to the BLR family. Tosh?
Sometimes get a little bit of feedback here.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it now. We're getting a little feedback. Mute. Can you mute that if you have the audio going there?
Absolutely.
Okay, so yes, we're in day 4, BLR family, for the trial of Kim Parda. As the jury is in day 4 of deliberations. Thank you all for your love and support. Subscribe, like, share, and comment. Please continue to smash up the likes. Okay, guys, we were having problems with the feedback on the show, little technical difficulties. Tosh?
All right. I think I might have fixed it. Hopefully, the feedback is gone.
Right, yeah, we're good now. So we're on standby, and of course, we're on jury watch as we have now entered into day 4, Tosh. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think we shared a lot in yesterday's live stream, the first like 10, 15 minutes of yesterday's live stream on Black Label Reviews channel. If you guys want to go check out what we were saying about this. But, right now the climate is just kind uh, of stressful because we thought that perhaps there may be a verdict yesterday. And then there was a question that was brought up by the jury to the judge, implying, I'll paraphrase, basically saying, if we can't come to a decision, what are the rules? Which leads me to think that the jury, they're not all aligned on the same verdict.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the climate's kind of, it seems like a very tense climate right now. And I just want to say prayers to Dante Wright's family. He was the gentleman that was gunned down by Kim Potter. And you guys just be safe out there, especially if you have young children, especially young black men, because they're very much so targeted and racially profiled. And right now is a very trying time because we have our family and our kid. Well, I don't have any kids, but if you have kids, everyone's out grocery shopping, doing shopping for Christmas, and we don't want our family coming home in body bags. We want to celebrate Christmas and the holidays with our families, and unfortunately, Dante Wright's family won't get that luxury. And so, um, yeah, Black Label and I are just going to be on standby pretty much until there's a verdict. Hopefully, there's a verdict today, but if not, we're gonna. Well, Black Label's carrying this story on her channel. I'm just here to, um, support Black Label and you know, ask everyone to please share out this video. And if you're not familiar with this case, Black Label is very informed on it. Go check out the live stream from yesterday and share this out.
Yes, thank you very much, Tosh, for your input. Um, Now, this case is a very important case. We have been waiting since April of last year, uh, as it is when Dante lost his life at the hands of Kim Potter. This officer, now, if you can only imagine in your mind, sit back, take a woosah, and think about this. This is an officer, a sworn officer, who carried a revolver on her right hip. Now, A lot of you out there have officer friends, so you know what I'm talking about, because a lot of them will tell you that they wear their holsters a certain way as a preference. It's practiced that way, whatever handed person you are, whether you be a right-handed or left-handed. If Officer Potter was a left-handed person, she would have had her taser gun on her right hand. And I find it very off-putting, Tosh, that this officer kept her hand on her right hip, in fact, on her right pistol, her right weapon, as opposed to the left side of her shoulder, which would have simply entailed a mental thought to tell you, oh, to tell yourself, hey, oh, okay, this guy is not a threat. My taser's on the left side. No one ever hollered weapon. The officer that was in close proximity and, in fact, physical contact with Dante didn't even draw his weapon. He not one time put his hand near his weapon. Yet, again, if you look at the footage, you can clearly see Officer Kim Potter has her hand on her weapon. Yes, she does. And now she sits in tears. Will join the party because the American people that do feel and have feelings are in mourning for Dante and Dante Wright's family.
Right, right. I think one of the things that really might have biased this jury was Kim's testimony, because she was on the stand crying for herself, and you the attention was drawn to her tears for what she wanted people to feel for her, for what she was going through. This is just my opinion. I feel like that was a pivotal moment that biased the opinions of the jury and showed some empathy for the killer versus empathy for the actual victim, which is Dante. It swayed all of the attention away from what happened to Dante and over to Kim, who was dressed like a grandmother and sobbing. And, um, so in my opinion, I think that's probably what's making this verdict so long and drawn out, because it really impacted that jury. And I'm just praying that the verdict is fair in this case, and that there's justice for Dante, that we don't forget about the actual victim. Because what Black Label said yesterday really made me think, because last night I was thinking about what you said, Black, about if you pull up Dante Wright's picture on Google, it really kind of villainizes him and makes him look, there's pictures with, you know, I'm not even going to repeat what
Can you
the show.
repeat, Tasha? I'm sorry for interrupting you, but can you
Uh-huh.
please repeat what you just said, because they bleeped it out?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wait, they won't let us be great.
Yeah, no, they don't want us to be great. We're already great, Tosh. You know all
There
about
you
it.
go. There you go. Yeah.
You know what it is, Tosh. You
I
know, you know how we do.
Oh, oh man, I already know how the cookie crumbles up in here, And with that being said, we'll get through anything. Technical difficulties, we'll work through that. Nothing's gonna stop us from
That's
sharing.
right. But here's some. You know what, Tosh? You're awesome. I adore you, and I can tell you that these YouTube streets will never be the same since your appearance. But
Oh,
I have some information that I would like to impose and share as well. I want to ask a question.
mhm,
In fact, a couple of questions.
mhm.
One, the police officer who shot and killed Dante Wright.
Mm.
Is the BLR family aware that this officer was training other officers?
Wow.
Yes, she was. And the news that we received yesterday about her having that weapon on her hip for 19 years. The fact of the matter is, this is very troubling. The fact of the matter is that Kimberly A. Porter was a veteran of the force in Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis suburbs, and president of a police union for 26 years.
Wow.
26 years is a far cry from 19, guys. That's almost
Mm,
another decade. Another decade has been added to her disparity of judgment
mm, mm, mm.
because her
Oh,
judgment is very flawed, it's very terminal, it's uninfluential. People are not pleased with the way she responded and reacted to 20-year-old Daunte Wright and his right to live, for God's sake. They're just not. And they're never going to be. And it doesn't matter what the jury comes back with, there will never be respect on her name. She's over. And
yeah.
she'll be glad the day that her lights go out, quite frankly. The jury is another thing. That's for the public's perception, and we all want justice, and that's why we're here. But at the end of the day, we know that generally we don't get it as Black, intelligent, or unintelligent people in America today. We know that we generally do not get it. We're hopeful. We remain hopeful, and we
Mm,
expect to get it. But unfortunately, we have the powers that be that don't expect to give it.
right. And as long as, we're censored in the way that we are, and, I just get kind of, well, I'll just leave my thoughts to myself. Well, I was going to say something, but, sometimes you say things that pack a mean punch and they're bleeped out, or
Yeah,
sometimes,
they
you know, the
yeah,
audio,
like they bleeped your audio, and you were just making a common sense point
right.
for
Or
the
they,
audience. It wasn't anything that needed to be bleeped out,
right.
really.
But, as long as there's there's a voice for the victims, will never be censored, because I'm sure if we're feeling the agitation of what happened to Dante, his parents and his baby's mother and his child who's going to grow up fatherless, imagine how much drive that they're going to have to speak up in the name of Dante. And that can never be silenced. That'll be hard to censor that. Okay.
Oh, indubitably not.
Right.
There's no way that it can happen. They won't be censored. The Black race will not ever be censored.
Mm-mm.
So it's forget the fa law and the hoopla.
Right.
We're
Right.
here just like everyone else, and we demand respect, and we're going to get it.
Right.
And in the words of Malcolm, by any means necessary. It's too
Right.
bad for those of you that don't know or don't understand that, but we're here to let you know that's what time it is, and that's what time it's always been.
Mm-hmm.
It's because we're more, for the more part, a non-violent race, other than the gang banging that is going on. You have that in every race.
Right.
We're talking about the Black race as a whole, as a respectable people.
Right.
Period.
Wow. This is just such a tragic case, and then with the way social media is, I can't imagine being the family, because they have to go and see what happened to their loved one. It's like, that's what makes me cry. That's what keeps me up at night, is like, I don't even want to say it out of my mouth. Like, I can't even imagine how it must feel to see something like that happen to your loved one. And then you have to sit in the courtroom and then look at this woman cry for herself, and then worry about people feeling sorry for her tears, when what about the tears of the family that had to sit there and watch their own family member being gunned down, for all of social media to see, and for them to see the last moments of their loved one's life? Where are the tears for those family members who are told in the courtroom, please be quiet and deal with the law. We don't make any reactions. Don't blurt out anything. It's just there's so many things that go on in my mind when it comes to this, and pray, I hope and I pray that the right verdict is served for this situation, because historically it's never in the favor of the victim. It's in the favor of the cop. Wouldn't you agree, Black? Or would you, or if you don't have to agree, but what would be your thoughts on that? Because for me, it just, Oscar Grant, Mr. Meserly, who shot Oscar Grant. Oscar Grant was on his stomach with his hands handcuffed behind his back. This officer claimed, just like Kim Porter's claiming, that he got his taser mixed up with the gun and shot Oscar Grant on camera in his back, and only got 11 months. So it's just, and that, how many years ago was that? That was probably like, a good 10 years ago, if not more. So it's like, come on, how many of these stories do we have to report on before a fair verdict is given to these cops with 20 plus years of experience, who act like they can't tell the difference between a gun and a taser? Aren't they trained to know the difference? Especially if you got 20 plus years of experience underneath your belt? Come on, man. Anyways, Black, I'm sorry. But yeah, this whole case just really is very disturbing. Um, and I just pray that the family doesn't feel victimized all over again by having to relive the death of their loved one by seeing his murder on social media, and then sit in the courtroom and look at this lady sob for herself after what she did to their loved ones. I just pray that this family gets through the healing and they have a strong, united front of people that are going to hold them up during this difficult time, because I just couldn't imagine. I don't want to ever imagine what it feels like to be in their shoes. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. And, that is very well perceived and very well said, Tosh. Now, as it pertains back to Kim Potter, for me, I get a very uneasy feeling about the way she handled that weapon. And not only that, Tosh, I get a very uneasy feeling about how other officers, to your point, not that you have went into what I'm going to go into, they seem, in fact, they've shown, not seen, I'm going to go a little deeper. I'm going to go a little bit deeper, Tosh. They've shown us that when people are not black, that they can miraculously remember to pull out the taser gun. Now, I have a question to impose into the chat and to you. Do you think that we need to create a new law about all this trigger happy cop stuff? Because all the trigger happy stuff seems to only be happening to the black people. And it's in broad daylight. They can see you, whether you have a knife. It doesn't matter. You could be running away. They're going to shoot you in the back. You could be standing there with a knife. They could beanbag you. I mean, if they can fire off 50 rounds each, or they're hitting you with more than 100 rounds of firepower that's going to take your life, don't you think they should be hitting you with 100 rounds of beanbag power instead?
Well, to your point, Black, it's a different set of rules for Black people than it is for others. And I can say that because the proof's basically in the pudding. Now, in terms of laws, the laws don't even protect Blacks, because they made it a law for police to have cameras on them. And look, how far is that law getting us? All it's doing is recording the murders, and we still see the cops get off. Back to Oscar Grant. You know what I mean? That was recorded. And what happened? 11 months was the verdict for Mr. Meserly. Sandra Bland. it was recorded her altercation with the Texas Police Department shortly before, ironically, she magically was uh, deceased in her jail cell. So it's like, where's the justice in that case? And then with Botham Jean, another gentleman from Texas eating ice cream in his own apartment, gunned down. That was recorded. And where's the justice there? I think the woman got like 10 years, maybe, if that. And then with all of the little loopholes that we have for the police officers, she'll probably get a lighter sentence than that, and good behavior and special treatment because she's a cop, so she can't be put with the regular population. So, yeah, I do think, to answer your question, Black, that there should be laws, but will the laws actually be served to protect the victims? Because right now there's laws in place, but the laws are not. The laws don't pertain to certain people. Now, had it been different, had it been Dante who shot and killed Kim Porter, he probably would get the death penalty. The verdict probably would have came back in less than 2 minutes, and he'd probably not even get a chance of parole because he killed a police officer. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we do need laws, but we also need the law to actually um, make sure that the laws are being allocated fairly, and that's just not happening in our system. That's just my opinion.
Well, your perception is right on. And I tell you, there's a lot more of that. Did you see the video footage of the suspect that they apprehended? Oh, I think it was yesterday or overnight.
Mm,
He had actually killed uh, a worker. I think he may have been employed with the metro system for almost 20 years.
mm,
But their apprehension of him is a total joke. They got the call that their suspect was on the street, and they went out, and he was all on the ground. They circled him and everything. The footage is on national television. If I see it up again, I'm going to bring it into this chat.
okay.
I mean, they all shot him with unlethal rounds of beanbag bullets.
Wow.
This is what I'm talking about. This man is the person that has literally killed someone, but he got more respect than the average black man gets on a bad day.
Right? You need to pull up that protest you did. I think it was earlier this year or late last year, where you were covering the protest. I think it was a Black Lives Matter protest, and where the young gentleman was a Caucasian man was in the protest, and the police started to put a spit hood on him and proceeded to handcuff him because they claimed he was being disorderly, and he had the audacity to say,
Oh, he
"Well,
went
I'm white.
crazy. I
I'm
remember.
white."
Say
Remember,
that again. Say that again. That
remember
got muffled. That got muffled. Hey, Tosh, they muffled that. Say it again.
Oh yeah, he had the audacity to say, as they were arresting him and putting a spit hood on him, "But I'm white. I'm white. But I'm white." You know what
Ha!
I'm
That's not
saying?
gonna
But
save
I'm
you,
white.
my boy. That's not gonna save you. You're white. That does not help you. What color is your blood, baby?
Oh, but
Your,
you know what? What
your
I
blood
found even
is
more
red,
right,
like
and Black,
everyone else's.
what I found even more interesting about that protest that you showed was that they started babying him. Oh, don't worry, it'll be okay. You know,
Is he breathing? Oh man, it was just totally hideous to watch because of course they're not going to do that for anyone that is of color, whether
that
you
was
have black skin or indigenous skin. You're in trouble here, child.
if that was Jamal from the Bronx up the street from the projects, man, they wouldn't be asking him all that. They wouldn't care what he had to say. You going in the paddy wagon and you're gonna go there upside down like they did that one chick at a protest or some. There's so much footage on Black Label Reviews channel. It's just sad that a lot of the commentary doesn't get to be seen, but there's one, it's been a while, but they handcuffed this African American woman. The police handcuffed her and put her behind the seat of the car upside down, and there's footage of her on camera begging for them to please put her right side up. and no one came to her aid. The police didn't put her right side up. She was there with her head at the bottom where your feet go, and
You're
her
right,
butt
Tosh.
in the seat. You know what I mean? Like, what is up
You're
with
right. Absolutely correct. And I can tell you that that woman traveled to the station upside down. It's just absolutely a shame. It's a disgrace the way the police are policing everyone. It's like you must understand the difference, police, between criminals and non criminals.
right?
We understand anyone can be, a criminal in your mind, but
Huh,
not in our minds. We know who the criminals are. You don't.
right.
And that's a big problem. So maybe you need to do your research. Research is everything, right? Ha ha.
Sure.
Take care of that
Right.
because we have too many of our black young men passing in the streets at your hand. Now, chat, what do you think about that? In fact, shout out to the chat. Let's take
Yeah.
a time, take a moment to embrace and show the chat some love. We love you guys. What do you think about this? Can you pound up the likes also if you have time and show us in the chat what you're thinking? If we're
Yes.
incorrect, please feel free to be nice about it. But don't come up in here like some people try. They come with respect and then you get disregarded with the delete button.
Right. And
And
big
we prefer not to do that. I'm
right.
sorry, Tosh.
Excuse me. Sorry. Big shout out to Bobby who came in, Bobby Jean, and also big shout out to DJ Fruit Loops who came yesterday. We appreciate your guys' love and your support, and big shout out to Black Label for covering this type of news and getting the story out. And yes, please share this out, thumbs us up. I believe Black Label may go live again tomorrow if there's not a verdict today, and there may be
Yeah,
some more impromptu lives on this channel too during the holidays. So keep an eye out for those notifications.
absolutely. Thank you, Tosh. And also, guys, on a more lighter note, a very positive note, be sure to go over and sub up to Tosh Shorts. We want to make sure that you guys are taking advantage of some good food ideas on a daily. And Tosh is bringing you that. She has a fantastic selection of food from gourmet to the simple things like toasted cheese. But she makes it very gourmet for you to enjoy. So please go over and sub up to my girl Tosh. And we love you guys and we appreciate your support. And again, for those of you who are just joining the show, thank you for coming in. Thank you, Tosh, again for your love and your support. I adore you. And to the chat and to the people in the audience that are listening here, we're monitoring the trial of Kim Porter as the jury is in day 4 of deliberations. And what we want to see here is justice. We're out for justice. We're seeking justice for the family of Daunte Wright. And for those of you that need a place to vent and you just want, to find out what's going to happen in this trial, we will be live all day today until 5 p.m. Pacific time. And feel free to leave your thoughts in the chat. Also, feel free to drop a comment below after the stream. We will be going dark, but we will not be leaving. Just because we're not chatting and talking to you doesn't mean we're not here. If you drop a comment, one of us or both of us will respond to you. Just know that. Okay? So make yourselves at home. You're more than welcome in BLR family and Tosh Time family. We love you guys. And thank you again. Tosh?
All right. Well, I think you pretty much summed it up. Thanks for having me, and I will be on standby.
Fantastic. So at this point, we're going to fade to dark and we're going into jury watch. Enjoy the stream. Okay. Now I'm unmuted. I'm ready.
All right. Oh, here we go. That's the feedback.
All right. Sorry about that feedback, guys. Sorry about that feedback. Wanted to welcome in the real DJ Fruit Loops. Welcome on in. Welcome on in.
Yes, indeed. Welcome in, DJ. And we were really appreciating your comments from yesterday. You were keeping it on the real. And listen, DJ says with tasers you're told not to fire until the lasers are lined on the target.
Well, I think real DJ Fruit Loops has some good points. He was saying that aren't police officers trained on how to know the variants? Aren't they trained on how to use these weapons? Especially a person who has over 20 years of experience in this field. I mean, there's a fly in the milk. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, oh, we definitely have a problem within
Right.
the system. And another thing that he said yesterday, which is a very common thing, but it still fails to be repaired. He says that we need to start within the police department, but
Mm,
they seem to have a problem in doing so.
right. I agree. I agree. It needs to start with the police department, but there's definitely a glitch in the system, and obviously an internal glitch that is impacting us, not impacting the the people in power.
Correct. And it's impacting the society, not
Hmm.
just you know the people in power.
Right.
You know, there's a lot going on right now,
Yeah,
but we're
to,
all here.
I
And
need to mute. I need to mute for 1 second, Black. Just 1 second.
okay, um, thank you all for coming. And for those of you that are not aware, we're here for the trial of Kim Potter, the officer who, in April of 2020, pulled her revolver as opposed to doing what someone of more than 26 years of service in the police force would do, as opposed to pulling her taser, which is on the opposite side and has no liking to what a revolver looks like, is being allowed to sit up and sob, literally.
I'm back.
Oh,
Um,
thank you. Thank you so much for coming back, and thank you for your love and your support.
yeah, yeah. That's the part that's really, I think, going to be remembered the most in this case. Sadly, is this woman sobbing. Um, and it feels, and this is just my opinion, guys. You guys drop your opinions because we want to hear it. But I feel like in cases like this, what should be the most memorable should be what happened to the victim. It shouldn't be um, what the perpetrator did. It should be
Correct.
right, Black. So
Correct. I agree with you, Tosh. I mean, it's just incomprehensible for most to believe that we are looking at a veteran. Are you telling us this is one of your so-called well-seasoned performers, an officer that is a trainer?
Mhm.
This officer trained other officers,
Right.
and untrue. The fact that they told us That this woman was only working in the business for 19 years is already insulting enough. She's been in the field of policing for 26 years plus.
Now we know that there's typically pillow talk that happens in relationships and stuff. It's the same thing with people who have worked in a job for 20 plus years. It's called a code of silence, a camaraderie. This woman has trained other people. So imagine how many other Duante rights exist that we're just under her regime. Just imagine for a second. That's just my opinion. That's a I'm not saying that there
Uh-huh.
are other cases that are tied to this woman and other officers. I want to be clear on that because we don't report fake news over here. I'm just saying, could you
Right.
imagine what has happened under her 20-year reign of training other officers and potentially other cases that might have been impacted by this woman's poor judgment? Is just all I'm saying.
26 years is a long time to be an officer, Tosh.
Yep.
And this woman's history reflects that on the contrary to what the public has been led to believe, the facts have come out today that this officer, Kim Potter, has been an officer for more than 26 years. 26.
Mm.
More than 26 years. And she has been training other officers, guys. So we need to be concerned about the mindset of these other officers. Maybe they need a re-evaluation, or can we just, yeah, a re-evaluation seems to be in order. What do you think, Chad?
Yeah, let us know what you guys think because we're just giving our analysis, and we're kind of sifting through. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. There's all
It
these
really is.
pieces that we need to try and connect. This is
Right,
ridiculousness, to be honest with you. I
right.
think what needs to happen is they need to do an investigation in all of the cases that were tied to Kim Potter in her 20 some odd years and see if there's any loopholes or that she might have been tied to or any kind of tragic fatality events by people who she trained that need to be sifted through again. That's what they call closed case files or cold case files or just any file tied to her. That's what I personally think.
Yeah, I think everything Kim Potter needs to be re-evaluated
Oh yeah,
in order to really see who this woman really is and what she is really thinking.
right.
And it's what she's doing that has led us to believe these types of things may actually be necessary in her case.
Yeah, I need to go back and review and see if that was covered in this trial, like her her past history during her career as a police officer. I don't know if that was covered or not in this trial, but I'm just curious to know what her track record looks like because your track record will tell you a lot about how a person moves and operates.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that'll be very very interesting to see. But again, I just hope that they're not glorifying her tears because all over the news, I don't know if where you're at or whoever's watching where you guys are at, but all over the news, they're glorifying her tears and there's a lot of empathy for her, which, you know, look, if I were to play devil's advocate, I would much rather have someone who is at least crying over what they did. You know what I mean? But also, we have to also understand when people cry, sometimes they cry for themselves. They're not really crying for what they did. They're just crying because they got caught and they know they have to do the time and stuff like that. But I would much rather have someone like her crying than be stoic and show no regard for what she did. But I just the interesting part about it is like this is not the Kim Porter, I'm sorry, Kim Potter feel sorry for me trial. This is about
Mhm.
Daunte White. This is not Kim Porter.
Oh,
Potter.
absolutely.
Sorry, Potter.
I would
Ooh.
definitely agree with you. And there's a lot more information yet to come in this case. Now, for those of you who are just joining the stream, we're monitoring the trial of Kim Potter as the jury is in day 4 of deliberations. Pound up the likes. If you're new to Black Label Reviews and you haven't subscribed already, go ahead and do so at this time. Thank you for your love and your support, BLR family. Thank you for your love and support, Tosh. And I want everyone to be able to keep a level head. We're not here for anything negative.
Right.
We're here for justice. And justice is received at the door of peace.
Yes.
It is
Yes.
not received in any other manner. So don't come up in here playing with negativity, anyone, as you will be deleted, because that is just not what we're about.
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that, Black Label. Yeah, I'm so glad you said that because, you know, like I said yesterday, historically, these types of cases don't favor for the victim. They usually favor for corrupt cops who are found to be innocent, really, when they're actually guilty. Um, and or if they're convicted, they get a sentence, just like the Oscar Grant case. The officer that killed Oscar Grant only got 11 months. So that stoked a lot of anger in people. But we have to also understand that if this trial doesn't yield the justice for Dante Wright's family, there's a lot of black businesses, mom and pop shops out there who are negatively impacted right now by the Rona, who are just trying to skate by. So if there's any looting and rioting to those mom and pop shops, who are really trying to make it in America when it's not really about Americans right now, that is not the right thing to do because it's only going to hurt our people and put more black people at risk. So to Black Label's point, please just use a level head. This is very upsetting and it angers me, but at the same time, I would not result in any kind of rioting or looting or anything like that in reaction to the injustice. We just got to fight with our words and fight with our brains. And I see that Black Label put up the real DJ Fruit Loops comment, and I'll read that right now. And I think Black Label may want to speak on that. And so the real DJ Fruit Loop says, a cop who calls out another officer's wrongdoing risks being jumped by other officers and risks being blacklisted in every department in America. And I couldn't agree with you more. I think Black Label has more to build on with that.
Well, it's very, very sad when we have all of this division.
Mm-hmm.
The division is widespread. It's spreading into our homes at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It is spread within the young and within the youth. And the youth are literally interrogating each other. So, as the adults in the situation, we have to be able to pull our own children back at this point because our policing departments are on a whole different mindset.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay.
Yep. Come on. Tell it.
And when you have cops, officers, whatever you want to call them, that think it's okay to harm other officers, that's when you really know the world is in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Because publicly, they generally don't want to do that. They haven't wanted to do that in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And no one wants to be at risk. You want to be able to go home, whoever you are, and relax.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Wow. What you just put up on the screen is really It's really disturbing because I always say your eyes are the window to your soul, and this picture that Black Label just put up on the screen is a true display of that. Someone
Oh
asked
yeah.
me, someone asked me recently, why do you always wear your shades? And I said, sometimes I just like to wear my shades because it's sunny outside and I need my shades on. Um,
Yeah.
Also, I like my shades. I feel like it's just a part of who I am. But sometimes I like to put my shades on because I don't really want people to know what I'm thinking. Because if you can even look at this picture right now, the eyes can tell you a lot about what each person is thinking. And you can see coldness, and you can also see innocence and purity in someone's eyes.
Yes, and here's the thing, Tosh.
Mm.
If you look at her, she looks mad. She looks unhappy. I mean, just as a person, she has on no makeup. If you take away the hair, it might even look like a male. But when you look over at Dante, he looks innocent. He looks handsome. He looks attractive. His eyes are appealing. His eyes are very honorable looking as opposed to her eyes. That's just what I saw.
Mm.
I don't
Yeah.
know. What do you think?
The eyes, I see a lot of in Dante's eyes. I see youth. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. He just seems very youthful. Um, he seems very innocent, almost. I see, I see childhood in his eyes. I see, um, I see hope and dreams in his eyes. I see a young man who is just living in the moment. That's what I see in his eyes. But in her eyes, I see there's a coldness. There's a stoicness in her eyes. It's almost like you can't even see her pupils. You know, and like I say, the eyes are the window to your soul. And, a picture says 1,000 words about somebody. If you really want to know and study someone, sit down with them and look them in the eyes. And that'll tell you a lot about a person. But, prayers to Dante Wright, even the officer.
Yes, yes, yes.
Right, even the officer that was closest to him didn't pull out his gun, but this lady right here, who wasn't even close to Dante, well, she was close enough to kill him, but she wasn't closer than the officer who would have actually, if he was at risk for any kind of injury, he didn't even pull out his pistol. But this woman
But
felt
yet,
to do it.
but yet, she kept her hand
On, yep,
on the what? Come
on
on
the
there.
trigger. She kept her hand on the gun. She knew what she wanted to do,
Yes,
in my
she did.
opinion. In my opinion. Uh, Black, you still there? Or did we lose you?
Oh yeah, I think I got lost. I got on pause. Okay, YouTube.
You
Yeah, but
do.
yeah. It seems that she knew what she was doing because, and this is trending. She literally had her hand. If you check it out, she had her hand on the trigger, and she had that weapon pointed at him for a long time before she pulled it.
Mm,
She had ample time to realize that she had the wrong weapon out.
she did.
She knew what weapon she had out. That's my opinion.
And that means that she had time to think about what she was doing. Uh,
Yeah, sure she did. And that's trending
mhm.
because it's true. She knew what she was doing. Now she's just sorry because she sees that there are consequences behind what she's doing, what she's done, and that the department is not going to stand behind her.
Mhm.
They're not. And just look at him. He was a handsome young guy.
Right.
So sad. And now this is what we got.
Oh my goodness. Now that I seen that earlier, and that just really broke my heart. That was actually Dante's casket with his face over the casket. It looks like it's draped with a beautiful. It looks like what looks like kind of like a blanket that was made, and
Well,
I,
it looks like, I don't know, it may have even been an artist that did some work for him.
yeah, yeah. Just going back to the chat real quick. The real DJ Fruit Loops just wrote a comment that I found pretty interesting, saying that the tasers have a bright yellow at the end of the taser. So
They do. It's a very awkward thing when you look at the weapons. They're yellow and black. Let's see if we could pull one up. Do you think they'll flag us, Tosh?
maybe not for a taser. They probably would flag you for a gun. I
There's
wouldn't.
both.
Um, maybe
Well,
is there
we,
anything with just
well,
a taser?
I would challenge you to go and see what a taser looks like.
Right,
Anyone, as opposed to me getting flagged because I'm already blocked.
right. I know, right? But that ain't gonna stop us. It just makes us
Of course
more
not.
more intent on sharing this news, regardless. But there's a huge variance between a gun and a taser, is what Black and DJ are alluding to, and it's true. It's like, and this woman had how many years of training, and she also had time to
26.
26, and she had time to stop and think. It wasn't. She was watching, she was observing. She wasn't the officer closest to what was going on with Dante at the car. She was behind watching. So she had ample time to make a decision on whether to use deadly force or not. And I
Correct.
go back to what happened in Detroit recently, where this kid went to a school and he fatally killed a whole bunch of students. How come? And I would not wish deadly force on anyone, but I'm just saying, how can a kid who killed a whole bunch of people at a high school get arrested without not one scratch on him, and he's armed? But Dante, who's trying to flee away from the police, and police officers who are closest to him won't even shoot him, but a police officer who's observing, who's been on the field for 26 years, who has a taser on her, she has an opportunity to use non-lethal force. How come Dante Wright's situation ended differently than the kid in Detroit that killed all these kids at a school and was armed with a gun? Why is there a difference? What is the variance? Why is there a variance? And that's the part that irritates. And again, I want to preface that by saying I don't think the kid in Detroit should have been. There should not have been deadly force used on him. If they could have, arrested him peacefully, and I'm glad that he was taken into custody without any injury. But I'm just saying, how come it is so vastly different for blacks than it is for whites, who pose a bigger threat in these high stress situations with police? Hey, what's up, Red Random?
Welcome in, Red. Thank you for your love and your support. We adore you.
Yes,
If your comments have not been being posted, it has not been of our doing. Just know that. We
right.
get information from quite a few people. But we love you and thank you very much for coming in. Right, Tosh?
That is exactly. We do love you. Thank you for coming in, and I know you want to sink your teeth into some of that Detroit pizza. Shout out to. Oh wait, what was it? Chicken
Tosh?
on pizza? Hey, Black, can you hear me or no?
Hold on a second. I need
Okay,
to step off for 1 second. Be right back.
I gotcha. I gotcha. I know you wanted to sink your teeth into some of that Detroit pizza I posted on my Shorts channel. So, hey, girl, we got you. We got you. Yes, definitely catch the replay, Red Random. If anything, catch the first 15 minutes of the live stream that Black Label posted yesterday. It'll give you a quick high level overview. we're on standby to see what the verdict is in this case, and the world is just waiting. Uh, I I'm wondering why it's taking so long for the verdict. Usually, when a verdict is agreed upon by the jury, it doesn't take this long. I'm hoping for justice in this case for Daunte Wright, but I would love to get your guys' opinion on this once you catch the replays, Red. And it's always good to see you. Red Random says, "Girl, the whole family of the high school shooter is prejudiced, allegedly." You know what, Red, and it just goes to show you. It just goes to show you when we say protect your family, be careful out there. We're living in some really difficult times. I
Yes,
get
we are.
nervous, right, Black? Welcome back.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, we're living in some difficult times where you're scared to even go shopping for Christmas. You're scared for your nieces and your nephews to go shopping for Christmas. You don't want to go out after night because, God forbid, a police officer or someone wants to rob you or mug you, and then you're the one who's racially profiled. Why is there such a different set of rules for Black America than it is for others? And it's the prejudice, it's the unconscious bias, it's the conscious bias, it's the use of lethal force for non-lethal situations for Blacks, and then it's the use of non-lethal force for people who are using lethal force who are non-Black. It's just there's so many layers to this. And Black mentioned, laws. Do more laws need to be in place? Yeah, I agree. And let me know what you guys think. There needs to be more laws in place, absolutely. But what's the use of a law that isn't being practiced? You know, I remember when they were like, yeah, every police officer needs to have a camera on them, and that will help with all of this. Well, look at Botham John. Botham John was eating ice cream in his apartment when a police officer belted into his apartment while he's eating his ice cream, and it's all caught on camera, and that woman did not get the right verdict for the crime, in my opinion. So, there are laws in place, but when are the laws actually going to be fair and equal for Black people? You got Oscar Grant shot with camera footage while his hands were behind his back. He was on his stomach. The officer that killed Oscar Grant got 11 months. Oscar Grant got life. He got life. He got his life taken from him while he was laying on his back with his hands handcuffed behind his back. So, the law ain't working for Black people. It's just not. The law ain't working for Black people. And the more laws that happen, if, if the law ain't practiced, if it's a different set of rules for the law than it is for you and I and Black people, anybody of color, then that's the issue. It's corrupt. It is sickening. So that's why Black Label and I, we are on this watch because we want to see what the verdict is in this case. Is it going to be fair? Is it going to be just? Or historically, is it going to be found in the favor of the person that committed the crime because of who they are, and because of their tears? Now, Red Random, when you watch this trial, go back and watch Kim Porter is the officer that committed this crime against Daunte. She took his life. It's being publicized all over social media, all over the news. Her tears for herself when she's sitting up talking about what happened after she shot and killed Daunte. But what about the tears of Daunte Wright's family? Every day they wake up, they got to go on social media and see their loved one gunned down by Kim Potter. Where are the tears? Where are the tears for that family that have to sit in the courtroom and they're told, you can't make a sound, you cannot be emotional, you have to sit here and you have to watch the trial, you have to be quiet, you have to obey the rules. Where's the tears for them? And then yesterday, the jurors, they asked the judge, and I'm paraphrasing. They said, if we can't come to a decision, what are the rules behind that? Which leads me to believe that the jury is not in agreement with the verdict, which
Right,
leads,
Todd.
right? I mean,
Right. It sounds like, guys, I don't even want
ugh,
to say it. Continue, Tosh. Please.
it
You're doing
does.
a great
I
job.
don't. I hope there's not a hung jury in black. I'm about to. I had to piggyback off,
That's what I was going to say.
right?
So you said it. Go ahead.
I
Continue
pray
on.
and hope. I pray and hope it's not a hung jury because it's really cut. It's a pretty cut and dry case, except for the fact that there was a pivotal moment when she got in her grandma outfit, for a pity party, and she made her testimony about herself and her tears and how she's sorry. Yeah, I would be sorry too if I killed someone that shouldn't have been killed with lethal force. Yeah, I would.
Very
I would
much
feel
so.
sorry for myself. But
Very
that
much
doesn't
so.
negate the fact that, girl, you need to sit your butt up there and deal with the crime and deal with the time. If it was Dante Wright that killed Kim Potter, if he killed that officer, it would not even be a shadow of doubt that black man would have got life in prison, no possibility of parole. The verdict would have come back in 2 minutes. It wouldn't be all this 3 days, and it wouldn't be all this, hey judge, if we can't decide on a decision, what should we do then? It wouldn't be that. It would just be a black man that killed a white woman, and she was a 26-year veteran to the police
Right.
department. That's what it
Right.
would have
And
been.
what are we supposed to be doing now? Oh, we stand corrected. We stand corrected. It's our mistake. You just 26 years old. No, that's what you guys shoved down our throat. That it was 20, it was 19 years. But it turned out to be 26. This woman has been on the force, guys. Can you imagine that? She's been on the force longer than this young man was living.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't remember what side her stun gun is holstered on. How
Right.
many people in the chat believe that? Please drop a comment below after the stream. What do you think about this? Do you really believe her? Or do
I
you
mean,
not? Or, come on, just be real with us. I don't care. If you're white, just tell me what the hell you really think. Do you think
right,
that she just did that because she wanted to see what it feels like because she was crying on the stage and she never killed anyone before? So
right,
was this your trophy, girl? What's
right.
going on? It just doesn't make any sense the way you explain yourself, girl.
I've even had white people say that this woman is guilty as sin. They're appalled of what she did.
Yeah.
It's all caught on camera. That's the thing. You know what irritates me the most, you guys, is that all this is caught on camera. Why is there even just look at the camera footage, child? Why is this 8 days of
Now,
deliberation?
this is funny. I'm laughing at the real Fruit Loops.
But-
Keep it 100 real. He says, always keep an eye on the gloves the police officer is wearing.
Woo!
That's
Woo!
real talk.
Well,
That's real talk.
well,
You can't even trust the glove now. You know they can't be trusted.
yeah. And then to woo! I mean,
Woo, child. That's real. That's deep real.
right. And then Red Randall says something too that caught my eye. She says, like the boy who got off for shooting the people at the protest, get off by whining and crying on the stand. You see what I'm saying? We know who
Oh,
you're
yeah.
talking about. I can't
Right,
remember his
right,
name.
right.
He's such a, to me, he's just such a, ugh. Like that whole situation right there, man. That's crazy. But it just shows you that, Red Random, I was earlier in the stream, I was talking about a live stream that Black Label published. I think it was last year. I'm going to find it. If I can find it, I'm going to post it on my community tab. Black Label did this coverage last year. It was last year or the beginning of this year. I can't really remember, but she was covering, I think it was a Black Lives Matter protest where a white guy who was in the protest was actually arrested and treated like they treat us niggeresses when we get arrested. They had the spit hood on him and they done handcuffed him and roughed him up, right? Honey, you would have thought that Billy Boy was losing his life. He was like, "Oh my God, but I'm white." What?
He did that. He did that. No, I'm gonna pull up the footage.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'm not even exaggerating. I may even do that for my reaction video when I come back from my hiatus after the holidays, honey. I may react to Black.
They had him in that spit hood, and that was funny. Because honey, he was scared to death. He came out talking all that trash. When they got him on the ground and put him in that spit hood, all the funny was, but I'm white. It's like, man.
We ain't care about no Black lives.
They were catering to him, right, Tosh?
Oh yeah, girl. Hey, Red, y'all. Everyone that they didn't care about. He didn't care about Black Lives Matter when he was being treated like a nigger. So he didn't care then. Then he was like, "Oh, but I'm white now. I'm white. I'm white." And then after he started saying, "Wait, I'm white. I'm white." The police they started giving him water. They told Billy, give him some room to breathe. When have you ever been roughed up by the cops and given some water because you're Black?
And they were like, "Oh, you're breathing."
Like,
I was like, "Oh no, this can't be happening." That's real talk, though.
That was real talk. I'm gonna find that, and when I come back off of my hiatus, because right now Black is leading the charge on these live streams during the holidays. But when I come back, I think I'm gonna have to react to that on the Tips from Tosh Time show, or on the TT and BLR reviews channel.
For sure. Now, there's a lot of things that will be remembered about this case. What will you remember about this case? Drop your comment down below and also off in the chat, if you will.
Yeah.
Now, if you're new to Black Label Reviews and you haven't subscribed, be sure to set your post notification bells. When you do, you will receive an immediate notification once we go live.
Yes.
And I want to thank you in advance for your love and your support.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. We appreciate you guys, really, especially
we do.
The loyal ones like Red and Real DJ Fruit Loops. You guys have been around for a long time supporting us, and we really appreciate you. And we wish you guys a happy holidays too, Red and Real DJ Fruit Loops. We really appreciate y'all. Please stay safe out there, whether because we got a lot of stuff going on in this world, man. It's just dangerous in America right now.
It really is. There's a lot. There's quite a bit going on.
Oh Lord, that picture right there was a lot.
Here is Kim Potter, and of course, this is a vast difference from what she looked like a year ago, almost. Not even a year ago. It's funny. It's funny what time can do.
It's funny what guilt will do, what your conscience will do. We all know we make mistakes in life, and sometimes we don't make mistakes. We do things intentionally, and when we do things intentionally, like kill someone on purpose, which I've never done because I just don't have it in my heart. But I feel like sometimes when people do stuff intentionally and they know they're wrong, that guilt will show in your face. It just shows all over your face. It shows in your demeanor. It shows in your eyes. You know you did something to somebody. Because I see that in killers, man. In killers, you can see the ones that are guilty. They just look so ravished and tore up. And, it's like they got to live with the fact of what they did. Like, I would never want to live with that in my conscience. I would just I would never want to harm anyone on purpose. Sometimes,
me either. It's very disingenuous to have the malice in your heart, Tosh, to do harm to one that is no more than you. We all bleed the same blood, And it makes no sense. If you don't like someone, just stay away from them. It's so easy, so simple. It's so right. Just do it.
That's right. Exactly right. Oh, hey, Black.
Uh-huh.
We've got to congratulate Red Random Review. She's almost at 1K subscribers.
Woo! Congratulations, girl.
Yes, yes,
Congratulations to Red Randoms, one of our loyal supporters. Thank you for your
yes.
support, your love and your support, Red.
Yeah,
And
that's a
congratulations, big ups to you.
yeah, that's
And
a
if
big
you
milestone.
guys, yes, it is. If you guys are not familiar with Red's random videos, go over and sub her up. Subscribe to her. She has some very interesting videos that I'm sure you'll like. And thank you again for your support, Red. We certainly do appreciate you.
Yeah, she's a real one, man. She be everywhere.
Yes.
We love us some Red Randos, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, she recently had a birthday, right? And her and her daughter were out eating. I swear for God, Black, you everyone knows I'm a foodie. I nearly had to jump through the screen and eat everything. It looks so good. But yeah. But back to the issue at hand. This young gentleman had a child. I believe his son is still like kind of at that toddler phase in his
Was it a
life.
boy or a girl?
Look at a little boy.
Oh,
Yeah. And you know what's messed up is like that little boy will never ever have his father. But yet we're gonna sit up here and look at this woman cry for herself on the stand. Like, girl, you were nowhere near Dante, right? When the officer who was trying to take him into custody was closest to him. The officer that was closest to him didn't even pull out his gun. So what made you feel like you were the queen of Sheba to do that? You know what I mean? So this little boy,
exactly.
right? The little boy is never going to have his father. He's not going to have his father for Christmas. He's not
Not
going to
at
have his
all.
father for New Year's. Like, what is up with that? So how are we supposed to feel sorry for the for the perpetrator versus the victim?
Yeah, and Dante was only 20, 20
Wow,
years old. You were twice you had well over his age of service and 6 years to give.
man.
Why you couldn't just treat him like he didn't have a color? I don't understand the way they colorize who they're going to shoot, how they're going to shoot them. It's like if a person doesn't have a gun, you don't have a right to shoot them with a lethal weapon. Period. Why
Right.
isn't that in law? We need to
Exactly.
be rallying behind that as a black race because we're the only ones being attacked in that manner on a
Mm-hmm.
regular. We really do. We
Man, you
need we
got
need to form something. We need to really get busy in that department real fast, real quick, because there needs to be laws embedded, more laws, because they're still shooting and killing black people that are in a retreat mode
oh yeah,
with
I
no
was
weapons.
yeah, I was watching something recently, Black, where uh this guy was running away from the police officer and he got gunned down, shot in the back.
Yeah, it's very disturbing.
And
But Tosh,
yes,
continue. Yeah, please continue.
I was gonna say in that case the officer was taken off of the force with paid leave. Yeah, y'all put that two and two together. Paid leave. Yeah.
Right.
But anywho, um, Black, it seemed like you were gonna say something before.
Yeah, it's just a sad day to think that we're living in like feels like a Groundhog Day type of situation, whereas we keep, not receiving the full justice that is due.
Right.
And I'm hoping that I'm wrong. I'm just hoping that we can
Oh,
actually get, some real justice. And again, for those of you who are just joining the show, we're not insinuating any violence whatsoever. We're simply here monitoring, waiting for the outcome of the Kim Potter verdict. The jury is in day 4 of deliberations, And Tosh Time is my special guest. If you have any idea or questions or answers as to how you're feeling or you want to make a statement, feel clear. Feel free to simply drop your comments in the stream, or you can drop your comment after the stream if you don't feel comfortable. But everyone's opinion is important to us, so you can definitely drop your opinion in the stream as well. And thank you for your support.
Yes.
Tosh.
Yeah. Just echo everything that Black said, and thank you for having me here. I definitely going to be here, watch with you. I will mute, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to be on mute, and we're going to be here watching to see what the verdict is and praying for the right outcome. So again, Black, thank you for having me here. Shout out to everyone that's supporting the stream. Share us out, thumbs us up, like, comment, subscribe. If there's not a verdict today, we'll be back tomorrow on this channel to do another watch and see if they come back with a verdict. And y'all stay safe, and happy holidays from our family to yours. And again, I'm gonna go on mute, but I will be here until 5 o'clock Pacific time.
Yes, we will. And I tell you, it's a very trying time for the family of this young man. So we ask that you all keep the family up in prayers as well as we show a picture of the casket. It's a very special casket. It has a picture of his face on the top portion of the casket. And as you can tell, the funeral was extremely packed. Extremely packed.
Yeah.
Thank you all for your love and support once again. And if you're new to Black Label Reviews and you haven't subscribed already, go ahead and do so at this time. We're not always online, but when we're due, if you set your post notification bell, you will receive an immediate notification once we go live. And with that, Tosh, do you have anything else to say before we go to dark and into severe uh, jury deliberations watch?
Yeah, no, I'm here with you. So hopefully we'll have a verdict soon. If not, we'll be here but tomorrow to see what's going on. But thank you for bringing this coverage. Thank you guys again for showing up, and I will be here patiently waiting. We will let you guys know what comes out of this. Hopefully, we'll have a verdict today.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me, and God bless all of you. I will go back on mute, and God
Very
bless.
good. God bless. Thank you all.
Juror number 21, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 22, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 26, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 40, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 48, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
And juror number 55, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Members of the jury, when you first came into the courtroom, I told you that jurors are the heroes of our judicial system. Well, the 12 of you are our heroes in this case. You might remember that there was a question on the questionnaire that asked whether you wanted to be on this jury. You were to check yes, no, or maybe. A number of you checked no or not sure, and a few of you checked all three. But when I asked each of you if you would be willing to serve if the party selected you as a juror, you all said yes. You said yes, even though we are in a pandemic with Omicron spreading in our community. You said yes, even though you had concerns about serving given the nature of the case. You said yes, even though you knew you would be sequestered during deliberations and away from your loved ones. And you said yes, even though there was a chance that this case could have lasted past Christmas. You were willing to sacrifice much because you believed in our justice system. And then you went into deliberations, and each of you brought with you your common sense, individual perceptions, and life experiences, and you came to an agreement on the verdicts. You did your duty. I'm so proud of you. You should be proud of yourselves. Without civic-minded citizens like you, our system of justice could not function. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifices. I wish you all a wonderful holiday season, and may the peace and beauty of the season be yours throughout the year. At this time, I'd like you to go into your waiting courtroom, and I'll be in just a moment. I'd like to thank you personally and to answer any questions that you have. Okay? Okay, please be seated. All right, Council, we have to pick a date tentatively for sentencing. So for in custody, we'll be taking Ms. Potter into custody and holding without bail. So what is 3 weeks out? I think we probably want to do a tier 4.
So we will be looking at January 13th or 14th. We can do 11:30 on either day.
Sentencing.
For sentencing.
You want a pre-sentence report?
Yes, I'm having a PSI report done.
We are not available on the 13th. I believe we could do the 14th.
I'm in trial a week after that, and it does seem to be a little accelerated given the seriousness of the decisions you're about to make. So later in January would be our preference. We also would like to talk about the bail issue with you before you decide it, before you make a decision to take her in.
All right, I'll hear you out.
Go ahead, Al.
You know, I think it'd be easier for the court reporter if you went to the podium. Yes.
There hasn't been a motion. I anticipate they would file a motion, but this arguendo, they're going to file a motion to revoke her bail. We will be filing a motion for a dispositional departure in the case. She is amenable to probation. Her remorse and regret for the incident is overwhelming. She's not a danger to the public whatsoever. She has made all her court appearances, including all appearances in the court. It is the Christmas holiday season. She is a devoted Catholic, no less. And there is no point to incarcerate her at this point in time because A, you haven't decided what the sentence is going to be. B, the dispositional departure arguments are quite strong on this case. And C, it's not necessary for the preservation of public safety. So for those reasons, she need not be incarcerated whatsoever pending sentencing. You certainly can do it after sentencing, but this is a rather unique case of someone who has law enforcement experience and was never in trouble all her life and is 49, which is beyond the age of most defendants that you see. Plus, she has deep roots in the community, her family's here, and there's no evidence that she would flee. So we respectfully ask you to change your mind as to whether she needs to be incarcerated right now. I know Mr. Gray has a couple comments too.
Your Honor, her bail right now is $100,000. She's got that posted. She's not going to run. She obviously is not going to commit any more crimes. She's been convicted of an accident. She's been convicted of being reckless. I just would like to be able to, with Paul, file a motion for dispositional departure. In this case, I think there's other facts that didn't come to light during the trial that are important also about Kim Potter and about this case. So I respectfully request that you release her on her $100,000 bail. And that'll make it easier to do the pre-sentence report. We'll get people sending letters on her behalf. And I would ask for a sentencing sometime after, if you release her, sometime. I started trial January 20th. It should be over by February 20th, I hope. Sometime in late February. And ask that my gosh, she's got $100,000 bail up, Judge. But she's not going to commit another crime. She's not going anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do request to be taken into custody. The convictions here are for manslaughter in the first degree, manslaughter in the second degree, based on the death of Daunte Wright, a young man. In other words, it's a case that involves a death. They are very serious charges. It is customary for defendants to be taken into custody upon a guilty verdicts for those level of crimes. And we don't think this case should be differently. Your Honor, we also have learned that the defendant is not living in the state. I don't know if that was known and provided for in the original conditions of release, but presents obviously an aggravating factor for allowing her to remain out of custody. So we are requesting that the state remand her into custody and withdraw any bail or conditions of release. Your Honor, we do have the Blakely issue to resolve, and we would be asking some direction from the court on whether we should submit written arguments or proposed findings, or how the court exactly wants to address that. We could have those findings, of course, for the actual sentencing hearing, and we would request a PSI as well.
Yes.
I understand that, but both of those crimes, there's no intent, no criminal intent. It's reckless. And a couple of negligence. Many times in my career, I did defendant's convicted of culpable negligence. I don't think I've ever had a reckless one, but it's an unintentional crime by somebody with a clear record. And we have a strong basis for dispositional departure. I asked the court to release her on the bail. Shirley will read it here.
They're really pushing hard for bail, Tosh.
The presumptive
100K.
sentences in this case are commits. And I am going to require that she be taken into custody and held without bail. And I recognize your arguments, Mr. King and Mr.
Yeah.
Gray, but I cannot treat this case any differently than any other case. So, I think we should probably set briefing deadlines. I know that the defense would like to make a written motion for dispositional departure. And the state has the argument concerning aggravating Blakely factors that we should be briefing. How much time does the defense need to put in their motion for dispositional departure?
At least 1 month. We're backed up. Both of us are backed up on trials right now. I start one on the 20th as well.
Okay.
At least 1 month from the end of January, preferable.
Okay. Pick a date in January, and I'll give the state what they need to respond.
Well, January 31st.
January
Yes.
31st, that's a Monday.
Okay. And how long would the state like to respond to the motion, the sentencing motion?
Could we have 2 weeks, Your
You may, and that date would be, Zach?
February 14th.
Okay. And Mr. Frank, I think that the aggravating factors, we did the Blakely on a unitary basis, so no further evidence would be required, correct?
That's correct, Your
So could you submit your brief on the aggravating factors? How much time do you need on that?
2 weeks, Your
Okay. And the defense would need it to. Okay. And Mr. Kramer, could you tell them what the dates are?
We do them all on the 31st. That's never on this submission for the defense.
Okay. Do you want to do them simultaneously on the 31st?
That's fine, Your
Okay. All right. So, you want sentencing pushed back to February? All right, because both of you, late February. All right, let's pick a date.
We could do anytime in the morning on February 23rd.
Well, I know I was trial on the 22nd, and all these cases went back up because of this one. So wait the week after that.
Okay. I'll push us to the first week of March. How about 9 a.m. on March 1st?
Okay.
What day?
That's a Tuesday.
You're all right. The state's not available that week.
Okay.
Let's do March 8th at 9 a.m.
I'm sorry.
March 8th at 9 a.m.
We all have a state trial that week, March. We can move it up a week in February would be better. Please.
So the first week of March, Mr. Frank?
I was like the 3rd week of February.
Okay. We could do February 18th at 9 a.m.
That's fine.
That is a Friday.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
February 18th, Judge.
Thank you. All right, is there anything else we need to put on the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, counsel.
And with that, Kim Potter has been reprimanded into custody. She has been found guilty of first and second degree manslaughter. What do you think about this, Tosh?
My personal feeling is it was murder. It wasn't manslaughter, and obviously the sentencing for manslaughter is a lot lighter than murder. It goes back to my sentiments before the verdict came in that historically,
And this is the immediate crowd reaction outside of the courthouse. Tosh, go ahead and continue.
okay. Let's see here. If you want to mute with it, like I don't. You want to mute for a sec, just mute the crowd a little bit, or turn it down a little bit. Or you want to let it play?
Yeah, we can let it play out for a minute.
Okay, can you hear me okay over the crowd?
Yeah.
Okay. Initially, I feel like manslaughter is a lighter sentence than what happened to Daunte Wright. But historically, like I was saying at the beginning of our coverage on this, historically, this is what happens, you know. So I'm not. I'm trying to speak in a way where it doesn't evoke a lot of anger, but historically, this is what we see when a murder is caught on camera and it is a cop. They usually get a lighter sentence. So you know, it is what it is. I believe sentencing is going to be the third week of February. I believe February 18th. It'll be interesting to see what the sentence is going to be. And Black Label, I'd love to get your thoughts on the sentencing and your point of views. But yeah, just a high level overview. Historically, it is very known for lighter sentences in these types of cases when law enforcement is involved, even with a camera. You know, and I feel like it was murder, not manslaughter, and murder would hold a larger sentencing versus manslaughter. So you know, it is what it is. But I'll turn it back over to you, Black, for your thoughts on this.
Yes, Tosh, thank you for your support and for being here throughout this trial watch. And yet again, BLR family, we're seeing the old trickaroo. The officer's crime is again kicked under the rug because let's face it, she's been in jail since April. Okay, we're looking at someone that's going to be, by the time her sentencing is due, she'll be like 2 months away from 1 month. So I think this lady will be walking around in America within 6 months. I really do.
Wait, you mean 2 months away from 1 year?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes. So I think that she'll be walking around sometime in March or April.
Right, because she's going to get that time served. The time served.
Yeah, and you know, they have this generosity and camaraderie within the police department, the sense of they're not guilty. You know, you're guilty. We must put a new law in place that these cops do not have a right to go around shooting Black people on sight. Like it's what they're doing. Okay, they're not doing that to any other race. And we need laws in place to stop these trigger happy officers from, you know, ending the lives of good Black people just because they can. And that is a fact. They really can. And this trial is really a travesty of a trial.
I would have
They're
to.
telling us that there's no criminal intent here.
Right.
So the whole goal is to get this woman out of jail. And that's what we were all afraid of.
Right. Now
It's a very small sentence.
they were fighting for her to get bail. I'm happy to hear that they actually denied the bail. So she's gonna have to sit there until the sentencing. So if that brings some
Absolutely.
hope to people. Um, wow.
So that's where we're at with this. And I tell you, it's just really a sad time when we look at the loss of life, the loss of Daunte Wright, and we look at the fight for Daunte Wright. When you look at this photograph, it's a vast difference between a handgun and a taser gun. Of course, the taser's on the right, the yellow gun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's just no way. There's no way. You have to push a specific button to eject that very bulky taser gun from that holster. And the way that lady had her hand on that holster, she laid in wait.
Right.
It's very sad, but this is what we got out of the trial once again.
Right.
Nobody saw anything.
Exactly.
Nobody saw anything.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to put up with her walking away. Okay?
Right.
She cried her way to freedom.
Right. Right. And yeah, I really kind of at a loss for words, to be quite honest with you. If you guys hear some background, it might be the crowd that Black Label is playing from the previous video. But yeah, I'm at a loss for words. I I don't really know what to say, um, I, because there's a part of me that I know how powerful words can be, and you don't ever want your words to evoke emotion in people that will cause people to lash out. But
Right.
I hoped that there would be justice for Daunte Wright, and personally, I don't feel like the verdict fit the crime in this particular case. I don't personally, this is just my opinion. I don't feel like justice was served in this case. It was clear murder. This was not manslaughter. It was all captured on camera. And to me, if it were my brother or if it were my nephew that received this sort of verdict, I would feel victimized all over again. And that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, it's very, very sad that this is the verdict that we got in America. And at the end of 2021, this is all we have to look forward to. And again, this woman is not going to face much time at all. I hope and pray that we all can stay strong, stay in prayer, and don't do anything stupid. You know, the law is the law, even though the law does not appear to be working very well for Black people.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like nepotism exists in the workplace. For those of you guys who don't know what nepotism is, let's say you work for a big corporation, and let's say the co-founder of the organization wants to hire their son or their daughter or their nephew. That's a form of it could be that their son or their daughter or their nephew is fit for the job and they're hired, but there's also a form of nepotism and favoritism when someone in a position of power wants to bring in someone that they're more partial to. Okay, so if you look at the law and you look how police officers are treated, it's like a form of nepotism without the affiliation of a family relation or tie in that respect. So um, again, like I said earlier, a part of me is numb to all of this. When I was 12, Rodney King what happened to Rodney King, being exposed to that, and then recently George Floyd, being exposed to seeing what happened to him, the Sandra Blands of the world and stuff like that. It just makes you sort of numb, because we know when these types of cases go to trial, and just like what Red Randoms was saying, you get the right crybaby on the stand, and if they're just the right shade of color, then there's a little bit of a bias, whether it be conscious or unconscious. There is a bias there, and that's just what it is. Historically, that's what history shows. It's not my feeling, it's not alleged, it's not my thought. That's historically, if you even go back to Emmett Till, and I don't like to really bring up Emmett Till because Black Label is related to Emmett Till, but if you go back then, and you look at what we're going through now, there's not a very much of a variance between then and now. The only variance is that there's camera footage, and we're still in Emmett Till days with camera footage, and these people are still allowed to just slaughter us. And when we get up on YouTube or get on social media and we talk about it, our lives are censored because it's not within the guidelines that they want us to speak about. But when our family members are being slaughtered, and we're forced to dealing with funerals during a holiday, they don't care about that. But we're not supposed to talk about it. Otherwise, we get feedback in our live streams, or we're bleeped out, or we're cut off, and we can't say what we want to say. We're supposed to be happy that this woman got manslaughter, but what a lot of people don't realize is manslaughter is a slap on the wrist. It wasn't manslaughter, it was murder caught on film. And because of her tenure with the police department, more than likely the probability is high that her sentence, just like Black Label was saying, is going to reflect time served. She's almost been there a year, so that's some time chopped off of her potential sentence, and she's going to have special perks, special police protection, because of her status and her tenure with the police department. So how is that justice for Daunte Wright? My prayers go out to Daunte Wright's family. And with that, I'm just going to go on mute, Black, because at this point, I think I've said what I needed to say. And again, I'm not here to try and I think let me end it by saying this, and I'll hand it back over to you. Like, we have to stay level-headed. We have to think with our brains. We cannot go out and match violence with violence, because I know a lot of people are frustrated, especially those of us who are in our 40s that have been around and seen this. And I can only imagine for people who are over 40 that have seen way worse. So just stay level-headed, pray for the family, try to get laws passed, even though when you do get laws passed, they really mean nothing. And this case just proves it. But just try to stay steady, keep it pushing, and use your brain, and not use violence to match violence. And Black Label, I just appreciate you for inviting me up on the panel today. I appreciate your channel. I appreciate everything that you're doing to bring these types of stories to the forefront. I know you've been diligent, and Black Label was really, really persuasive. She said, you know what, I have to bring this story. I have to cover it, even if it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 days, even through Christmas. I'm going to cover this story, and I've got your back 120%. But I am slightly frustrated is an understatement. So I'm just going to go back on mute, and I'll let you go ahead and take over and end the live, or continue the live. I got your back 120%, and prayers to the family.
Thank you so very much, Tosh, for your most needed and extremely professional commentary. And yes, Black Label Reviews family, I am here to tell you that we did receive a verdict. It's not the verdict that we all wanted, as we have been monitoring the trial of Kim Potter on this 4th day of deliberations. We have manslaughter in the 1st and 2nd degree only, a huge disappointment to the family and the team. If you take a look at the pictures and the attorney holding up the 2 weapons, a child could decipher which one is actually a real weapon. So here's where we're at now. We're going to be back. We will be covering the sentencing of this situation. And again, cooler heads do need to prevail. We will continue to keep you updated on anything that breaks in this case and any other case. I want to thank you again, Tosh, for your love and your support. I want to thank the chat and my supporters for standing strong along with us at all times. And we're going to go ahead and turn this over. We're going to end the live on a positive note. And what we want you all to do is remain peaceful and always remember to stay prayed up,